Kat, sent the bio.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius because genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, a staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience, showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is Klock. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
I have my PhD in biomedical informatics, and I tend to focus and get really passionate around genomics, particularly when we talk about genomics for precision health, genomics for community and population health, so on and so forth, and some of the disparities and differences that manifest themselves in the human body based on your heredity, your ethnicity, your environmental impact and stimulus that's coming from outside of your control, and how that impacts the way you ingest medicine, the way your body takes in that medicine and delivers it throughout your cells. Even though the drug is the same, the dosage is the same, the age, weight, blood pressure, all of these other vital signs may be the same, but the drug may manifest itself differently between these two demographics, just simply based on the differences in their genetic history and their genomes.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and president of a company called Huertas Decus, which is a business growth and improvement consulting company. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. To kick off this afternoon, I'm going to do a short talk around making change in your business. So for all of you who are out there who are business owners, getting ready to start a business, maybe you're working for a company, but you're looking at how do I make change? How do I have impact? I do this talk about the two smallest, most powerful words that we have, at least in the English language. And those two words are what if. And I talk about how powerful they are because of what they cause us to do. When we say what if, whatever comes behind that is something that is going to inspire us to be creative, to think about new possibilities, new opportunities. And that phrase has been the beginning of some of the biggest, boldest changes that have occurred in all the history of the earth. Whether it was man learning to fly, what if we could fly like the birds? Whether it was the invention of communication systems, what if we could talk to someone that was halfway around the world, not right in front of us? What if we could talk to someone and see them at the same time, even if they were halfway around the world? All kinds of changes have taken place because we start with what if. It's the end of the year 2023 for most business owners, most businesses out there. We're going through a time, fourth quarter, trying to make sure we're hitting all of our numbers for this year, making up ground that we didn't actually achieve or accomplish during the course of the year. So our year ends off strong. But we're also, and you should be, if you're not, thinking about 2024. And what are we going to do for 2024 to make sure it is where we want it to be from beginning to end? And so you should be asking that same question. What if? What if we just improved our sales by 5%? Could we do that? Well, what if we just changed the number of leads we got by 10%? What if we could increase our prices by 3%? We should be asking ourselves all these kinds of questions. What if we were able to know exactly what customers were thinking when they were thinking it, maybe even before they were thinking it? How would that change our business? Now, I ask those hypothetically to get you to start thinking about what are your what ifs, for your business. What are the things that you are looking to do, or that you can ask yourself to challenge yourself and your organization to take that next step next year. One of the things I do with all of my clients, and for prospective clients, those who are considering using me, I take them through a simulator. And this is a software that I have that's proprietary. And all I'm doing is asking them about changes that they could make, improvements that they could make in each of 12 areas, very slight, small improvements, and what impact it would have on their business. And I show them using that simulator, what small changes to big things can really do. And the results are always explosive in terms of the impact on the business, on revenue and profits. But it's also mind expanding for those prospects or those clients to see what little changes can make in an organization or in their business, in achieving their visions, etc. So what are you doing to have impact or to make impact in your business? It starts with that piece, being thoughtful and intentional about your planning process and asking yourself and your organization, what if we made some changes? So let's talk a little bit about change. And that's one of the things I also try to help my clients understand is when we talk about growing our business, we're really talking about making change. And there's a few quotes that I always love to talk about, or at least mention when I'm talking about change and leadership for change. One is by Peter Drucker, one of the preeminent and renowned consultants in business management and organizational development, et cetera. And he had this quote that said, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. So what he was saying was, look, anytime there's change, and turbulence is about turmoil, uncertainty, disruption, etc., that the greatest danger isn't the turbulence itself, isn't the uncertainty itself. It's to act in the environment of that turbulence with the logic that you had yesterday, with the thinking that you had yesterday. Change is about something that's new, coming about, hasn't happened yet. And therefore we can't act on making change when we're thinking the same way we thought yesterday. There was another one, Woodrow Wilson, former president of the United States, long, long ago, said, if you want to make enemies, try to change something, which talks to the fear and discomfort that we as human beings have with change. And then there's Charles Kettering, who was a scientist, researcher, inventor. His was, the world hates change, yet it is the only thing that has brought progress. And how true is that? We don't like it, but it's the thing that keeps us progressing towards the future and a better life, better quality of life, etc. So we're going to talk a little bit about change and what do you need to do from a leadership perspective for change. And people get, PhDs in leadership. So I'm not here to talk about everything that I can in terms of leadership or in change and change management. And I only have a few more minutes, 15, 20 minutes. So I'm going to touch on just a few things about, being an effective leader and leading through change and through turbulence. So this is just a part of your journey about leadership and being an effective leader. And you should look at it this way or that way. And I'm going to start off with, two definitions. One is about leadership. What's the definition I'm going to use when I'm talking to you today about leadership? And the other is about change. So leadership is the ability to influence and inspire actions in others. So the ability to influence and inspire action in others. And there's two things that are important in there. One, to understand we don't control anyone else other than ourselves. So I don't care whether I'm a manager, supervisor, president, founder, CEO, chief cook and bottle washer. I don't control anyone. I can't make anyone do anything. I can only influence or inspire others to do things. Now, I can use, fear, fun, faith to influence them and inspire them. Fear is when I show you some consequence, something that you're not going to like if you don't do what I'm asking you to do. I can use fun, showing you something of great joy and benefit that you're going to get by doing what I ask or trying to inspire you to do. I can use faith or belief, showing how this is consistent. What I'm asking you to do is consistent with your values and beliefs in order to get you to do what I want you to do. The other definition is change. And change is about any period of growth, disruption, or uncertainty, whether it be voluntary or involuntary. So again, change is about uncertainty. And uncertainty is something that we as humans just don't like, we're not comfortable with. And when we're talking about, therefore, leadership for change, it's about how do we influence others? How do we inspire others to take action, to do something when there are these periods of growth, disruption, or uncertainty, whether they asked for it or they didn't ask for it. And one of the things I always help my clients understand, as I just inferred there, that growth, when we're talking about growing our business, that is change. And that has a certain, inspires a certain fear in folks or creates a certain fear in folks that we need to understand and manage. So if you're going to lead change, the first thing that you need to understand and the first thing that you need to do is to get yourself right. So before you start trying to lead others, understand others, etc., the first thing you got to do is make sure your mindset is correct, understanding where you're at right now with the change that you're going to be embarking upon. What's your motivation? What's your readiness for that? And so one of the questions I always tell folks when they're going to lead change is to ask themselves, why am I doing this? And it cannot be for popularity or publicity or promotion or a raise or any of those other kinds of things. That self gratification of, oh, I'm going to get something wonderful out of it. You need to have a cause greater than yourself. And why do I say that? One, because leading through change is going to be hard and it's going to require sacrifice. And if you're doing it just for some reward, some external benefit like publicity, some likes, a raise, a promotion, There's going to be something you're going to have to sacrifice where you're going to say it ain't worth it. And so knowing your cause, your why, is going to be important in terms of your staying power in leading through change. There's a concept called servant leadership, where you are leading to be at the service of those who you are supervising and leading. That is an inspiring focus on leadership, but it's also a very effective way of leading. One, for getting folks to follow your lead, to be committed to what you're doing, and to know that you're not asking them to do something that isn't for their own good or their own benefit, and you're there helping them to achieve that. Another question you need to ask is, well, what's my vision? And vision from a leadership perspective is a reality that just hasn't happened yet. And so when you really talk to visionary leaders and they start talking to you about their vision, you can look at their face, their eyes, and you can understand this is not something they're wishing or they're hoping for. This is something they already know exists, just not yet. And so they see that world that clearly as to what it looks like, what it smells like, what things are going on, what are the sounds that I'm hearing when I'm there. That's just how clear they are about their vision. And so you need to be the same when you're talking about leading for change. What is your vision? And it's important that those visions be tied to your values, and tied to your values so that you can be more authentic, that there will be fewer conflicts where you're asking people to do something that is in contradiction to something else you said earlier or something that you truly believe. Because if you're asking someone to do something that is a contradiction to what you said earlier, they will know that. And they will ask you about that, and they will challenge you about that. And you better have a great answer as to why that's truly not a conflict or contradiction, or why things have changed and now you have a new perspective or a new paradigm. There will be fewer conflicts within yourself, where you're asking somebody to do something that you don't truly believe in, which means, are you going to stick with that? It's easier to explain when that vision is consistent with your values. It's easier for you to be in touch with those values and to explain to others why this is important and why you're pushing so hard for it. So with all of that in mind, let's get ready to rumble. So if you're going to lead change, what's the first thing you need to do? Create a sense of urgency. That's a why am I doing this? And understanding that this is not a nice to have, but this is a must do. So we also often say that to create a concept of a burning building, an impending hurricane, something calamitous that's getting ready to happen, and that we need to take action in preparation for, or to take advantage of this change that is coming about. And that's something to understand, that we can either be making this change to hold on, or we can be making this change to take advantage of. And the more that we can be proactive in the reason for that change, not reactive, probably the better our solutions are going to be. So you create that sense of urgency by talking to folks about what's the current state and why that current state is so dangerous for them individually, for you collectively, as an organization from a business perspective. Probably not physically, although sometimes that may be the case, but it's metaphorically in terms of why the company won't exist, or why we will lose market share, or why our profits will go down, why we might end up having to lay people off. All of those things that might happen if we don't make the changes that you've envisioned and that you're trying to communicate to them. The second thing, which is just as important as the first that I just mentioned, is to establish the benefits of this change to them. It's going to be easy for you to explain the benefits to the company, and they're expecting to hear why this will benefit the company. What they're waiting to hear is, how does it benefit me? And there's an acronym, WIFM, W-I-I-F-M, W-I-I-F-M, and I always pronounce it WIFM. What's the WIFM? What's in it for me? And they're looking for that. they hear you talking about this change. They know the benefit to the business, but what's in it for me? What am I getting out of this? Why am I going to go through all of these changes? Why am I going to make all these sacrifices? Why do I have to do these things differently? And you need to explain that to them both as individuals and as the group as a whole. Meaning for each specific person, you're going to have to make your communication such that they get it, that they understand why for them individually, this is an important thing. Now, that may be a one-on-one conversation with them if you are a small company, but even if you are a large company, 200-300 employees that you don't see all the time, 2,000 employees you don't see all the time, you have to find a way to communicate in such a way that each and every individual within your organization gets why it's important for them and what's in it for them for this change to take place. Now, I mentioned earlier that you can always motivate folks either by fear, fun, or faith, making them afraid of some consequence, making them look for, hope for, desire for some benefit or reward, or by linking and connecting to their beliefs and their value system. When you're going to talk to folks about what's in it for them, I strongly suggest that you tie to their value systems. There's a concept of extrinsic and intrinsic motivations. Extrinsic are those things from outside, like fear and fun. Those things that we fear as a consequence or that are fun for us to get. Those are quick to make action and have impact to get people to get off the dime, but they usually aren't very long lasting. And once you've used it once, you have to do something stronger next time to get more action. If I promise you ice cream for doing something once, the next time I ask you to do it, you're not going to ask for just an ice cream cone. You're going to ask for an ice cream cone with a super scoop or with 2 scoops or for 2 ice cream cones. Or you're going to say, no, I don't want an ice cream cone. This time I want money. It's just going to ratchet up and up and up and up and up. So when you tie it to their values, it connects with them on things that are important for them. And the commitment is stronger and it's longer lasting. So when you're going to make change and you talk about, what's in it for them, look for their values, what's important for them from a value perspective, and link the change to those. Another change, create milestones. Change is going to be over a long time period. And you want to make sure that you've broken up that change into bite-sized chunks, things that folks can digest and that you can use as a marker for progress. So that people can see we have, come a long ways, or we've come some ways. Because in the middle of this, when people start getting frustrated, that what are we doing this for? We're not getting anywhere. They're only looking at the ultimate vision. What you want to make them do is to turn around and look at where you started from and how far you've come, and that progress has been made, and to give them the motivation to keep heading on, for the future. Next thing you want to do, from a leadership perspective, you can't be everywhere at all times. And so you need to build a team of what I call loyal lieutenants. Those are folks are going to be your leadership team, the people who speak on your behalf when you're not there, the people who lead the different functions of your organization. And for this team, they need to, one, share your vision. They need to see the world and this organization and the change just like you do. They need to be trusted to carry out your directions and your instruction. They can't be people that have just the technical ability, but you're not sure if they have your back. You're not sure if they, are going to do what you ask them to do when you turn around. As soon as you're not in sight, whether they say, no, don't worry about that. We don't need to listen to him. Let's just go on and do what we were doing. So they need to share your vision. You need to be able to trust them to carry out your directions and expectations. But you also need to trust their advice. They need to be folks that you listen to, that when they speak, you've chosen them for the reason that you trust their experience, you trust their knowledge, you trust their guidance, so that you're willing then to trust their advice. And then they also need to be role models of this new way that you're wanting for your organization. So with change comes a need for a different way of being, new behaviors. And these folks need to role model that. So each of them needs to come with a particular set of skills. What's that movie? Taken, Liam Neeson, who says, I have a particular set of skills. Well, each of these lieutenants need to have a particular set of skills that you're going to need from this leadership team for this long journey of change. Some may be great on rewards and recognition. Some may be great in operational expertise and knowledge. Some may be good in terms of communication and how to say things or how to position things, whatever that might be. But you're going to need to look at where are we going? What do I need in the skill set for the organization, and who best represents that skill set that I can make as a part of my leadership team? So there's a lot of things that this leadership team needs to possess as skills and capabilities, but they're going to be core and central to you being able to not only make change, but make those changes quickly and to make those changes stick over the long term. Next, and only have a couple more minutes, so I'm going to make these last ones very quick. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Did I say it enough? When you are in a change management and leading change, you need to communicate every chance you get, every opportunity that presents itself to talk about your vision, to talk about the progress that's been made, to talk about setbacks and why they are important, and why they're going to propel you for going forward. And it's important not to skip setbacks, because often people, well, let's not talk about the bad stuff, the negative stuff. They've happened. People know they've happened. You need to talk about them, and to talk about them in terms of how you got past them as an organization, what caused them so that we can change those processes or behaviors in the future, and what we're doing differently so that that doesn't happen again. But also important is to communicate about the heroes, the people who've made sacrifices, who've done things above and beyond that you want to recognize. Because when they get recognized and put up and held up for consideration, everyone else says, I want a little of that too. I want people to recognize me. And it motivates them and inspires them to make those sacrifices that are necessary. Next, celebrate the wins. Every time something happens, and this is something I am really bad at. One of the folks on my leadership team, I always select someone who is going to be good at rewards and recognition, because I'm not good at that. But you need to make sure that you recognize improvement, performance, success. When you achieve those milestone markers that I talked about earlier, you need to have someone there who's going to always say, it's time for us to have a celebration about that. And it's not to celebrate every insignificant thing, because then it becomes superficial and like, oh, another celebration, big deal. But there are certain things that are milestones where you say, we need to stop and take celebration of that. And sometimes that's individually, sometimes it's as a group, sometimes it's as an organization. But we need to celebrate the wins. So look for ways to do that. And last but not least, institutionalize the progress. To make it stick, of the changes that you've incorporated, you got to make them stick. And so I call it institutionalizing, which is really about creating processes and procedures that lock in the progress and prevent setbacks. Because it's going to be easy once you get there, if you don't put in a procedure, for people to slide back into old habits, because they don't die very easily. And they're always lurking, waiting for an opportunity to get back into action. And so if you put in process, systems, structure, procedures that make people do things then a specific way based on following procedures, then you're less likely to have setbacks and to keep that progress locked in. It's also important because it helps to create culture. And culture goes a long way to also locking in progress, but also to lock in future progress and the love for change for improvement's sake. So that's all the time I have. I'm actually probably run over a little bit. I really want to make sure that you understand those. If you have any questions about change, if you have any questions about what I talked about earlier, using a simulator for talking about the changes that can go into your business, you can reach out to me one of several ways. You can go to my website, solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. You can contact me through Instagram at Sydney Wormsby, Sydney Sidney, Wormsby, WORMSBY. I'm also at LinkedIn at that same account, Sydney Wormsby. Or you can email me. And for that, you can email me at SWORM, SWORM _22 at yahoo.com. Look forward to speaking with any of you in the future, hearing your questions. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
churchy, but I feel the need just to say that I hope you get all the resources that you need, because they need us. Our communities need us more than we can ever imagine, and I would hate for that to be a barrier for anybody in here not to be.
On May 14, 2022, a combination of 40-plus leaders, community stakeholders, volunteers, mentors, and champions convened for a pilot of a unique and special conference. They call themselves the Cone Coalition of Like-Minded People. Like-minded towards liberation, fairness, and the idea that everyone in Rockingham County should thrive regardless of who they are or where they live. This 4-hour event was held on the campus of Rockingham Community College in Rockingham County, North Carolina, as a part of a design thinking project in partnership with Cone Health, MDC Rule 4. Several leaders convened from Rockingham County's nonprofit NC100. They came together to address some shared challenges and problems together while sending an authentic community voice, thanks in part to the grant funding from Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, engaging in inspiration, imagination, and prototyping to bring this pilot to reality. The Piedmont Triangle Regional Council shared several job opportunities for the crowd to explore and share. Black-owned businesses were prioritized in hiring and supporting the collection of champions, to the food and snacks, to the folks trusting and documenting this event, to the child care provided by Headway Success Group.
Forensics lab. So today is all about healthy mind, healthy body. And so we have the forensics lab set up, and so we'll have our display of our volunteers. So what they'll do, they'll get a chance to label. And of course, we have to have old school operation because it's just fun.
Local facilitators led the county members through an in-depth work session about the importance of mentor and active volunteering.
It's a non-profit organization, and it helps.
Rockingham Community Champions of Faith and Public Service grace our community members with shared learnings on this amazing Saturday in Wentworth. Crystal Galloway served as a brilliant and engaging mistress in ceremony. Reesville Parks and Rec Superintendent Quentin Robinson delivered a starring keynote address. And Tango Moore of the Reesville Area Foundation was honored, along with a side of honorees on our first Portia M. Paris Cone Coalition Champion Award winner, given in honor of her memory and legacy as a tireless advocate and torchbearer for the marginalized or underserved. Help us reach our goal to learn more about building and strengthening the relationships of those who support mentors, volunteers, and young people, especially in the ages of 12 to 22, building the community capacity to support those in need of training, resources, and storytelling, finding ways to create and maintain a healthier Rockingham County and beyond. Want to know more about the Cone Coalition? Contact NC100 via Facebook at NC100 or www.nc-100.org.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tara Bush, and I am the co-founder and COO of the Hello LLC, where our mantra is helping everyone live life optimally. And more importantly, helping entrepreneurs leverage leading-edge optimizations. We help businesses build, brand, automate, and pivot into the future. With over 22 years of corporate C-level experience, I carry a wealth of knowledge and expertise in my professional portfolio. My professional journey has encompassed various facets of business, executive leadership, project management, marketing, systems, space planning, and strategy implementation. I have had the pleasure of partnering with and managing multi-million-dollar projects for the top Fortune 500 companies, prestigious universities, and well-known sports teams around the world, like ExxonMobil, Apple, Samsung, Citgo, HP, Ziegler Cooper, the Houston Astros, the Dallas Cowboys, Bank of America, and Vanderbilt University. What fuels my drive is a passion for innovation and creativity that knows no bounds. I thrive on pushing the boundaries and thinking outside the box to bring fresh, ingenious ideas to the forefront. I turn visions into reality. As a leader, I am a steadfast advocate for integrity and creativity. I am driven by a profound desire to help individuals and businesses create their own return on time investment while leveraging technology. At the Hello LLC, we are more than just a 3D digital marketing agency. We are a community committed to helping, building, and thriving together with integrity. We can either show you, teach you, or do it for you. We believe in the power of innovation to transform the status quo. My fellow professional powerhouses, in the spirit of abundance, I firmly believe that there is enough prosperity in this world for all of us to thrive together. So, I invite you to make the pivot because the future is already here.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sydney Wormsby. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. I'm also the founder and president for Huertas Decus, which is a business growth and improvement company. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Sean Harris. He's a former non-commissioned officer for those military types, an NCO in the United States Air Force, serving during the Persian Gulf War. Dr. Harris has an extensive and diverse background in aerospace propulsion, law enforcement, and real estate. He holds a PhD in philosophy of economic humanities. Dr. Harris and his wife own an aviation company, a capital investment firm, 2 real estate companies, and a home healthcare company. He's, in addition, a 44-time author. I said that right. A 44-time author. He's got a library just on the stuff he's wrote. Dr. Harris has 2 children, a 14-year-old daughter and a 13-year-old son, who both own their own 6-figure companies. Dr. Harris feels that it is important to create financial literacy and to create a firm foundation for business ownership at an earlier age. Thus, his 2 teens. He and his family reside in the area of Atlanta, Georgia. So without further ado, if you would welcome Dr. Harris.
Hello, great afternoon, Mr. Wormsby. Good to see you again.
Yes, you too. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
And actually, I'm in the big ATL today. So
welcome to Atlanta.
I ventured down from Brooklyn, spending some time with family, here before going on to Alabama for the rest of the holidays. But so I'm in your beautiful, wonderful city. So
welcome, welcome, welcome.
And I should say home a little bit to me because I used to live here a long, long time ago as well. So
gotcha.
Good to be here with you.
Awesome. Glad to be here.
So I understand we're going to be doing a fireside chat, right?
Absolutely.
All right. So I'd love to ask you some questions and get into it. But I had a chance to interview you and your 13-year-old son.
Yes.
Caden. I guess that was last month.
Yes, it was.
And so, I learned a little bit about him. But at that time, I was also talking to you about the things that, kind of you had to do as a parent, to raise 2, not 1, but 2 teenage entrepreneurs. Yes. And so we'll want to get into a lot of that. But the diversity of your background, people will probably find very, very interesting and be a lot of curiosity about. So talk to folks about how did you go from, and for people who don't know, an NCO or a non-commissioned officer is an enlisted person. Mm-hmm. So they're not a lieutenant, they're not a captain, they're not a colonel. How did you go from that to being a propulsion specialist, having a propulsion company? What was some of the learning that you did, and what were some of the sacrifices or the things that showed your determination from going, from just being, I shouldn't say just, but being an enlisted person in the Air Force to having that kind of knowledge and understanding about the systems?
Yeah, one thing I always noticed when I was in the military and Air Force, I would always focus on the commissioned officers. Actually, it's always like wherever you want to be in life, get around that environment, and the by default, as long as you follow the recipe of the blueprint, you should get similar or same results. So I would always just talk to my supervisors, the captains, lieutenants. I would always talk to pilots. I always had a great thirst and knowledge for aviation. So when I got out of the military, we first started a couple of real estate companies. That was our first entrepreneurial pursuits. And because I have a love for aircraft, we started an aviation company, which that company we're still building out as well as we speak. So I always wanted to just be able to build a tangible business, something outside of the norm, particularly children that look like us, I didn't want them to believe that the only way that you can make money is through being an athlete or an entertainer, but to start getting into the sciences, started understanding mathematics and things like that, where you can start penetrating into other areas such as AI, because AI right now and aerospace propulsion, they're merging very well together. So just always wanted to have a different outlook so I can get a different result.
Good. Okay. So talk about, you've got these very diverse companies, real estate, a capital investment, company. So, I'm sure doing mergers and acquisitions and, or maybe just, more like a hedge fund, et cetera, but very different than real estate and very different than an aviation company. What got you interested in each one of those segments, and how do you tie them in? Let's ask the first question first.
Okay.
What got you interested in each one of those industry segments?
Mm-hmm. Well, with the capital investment firm, I always had an interest in finances, of course. But one of the key things, I started understanding how the banking system worked. So, for example, if you put $10,000 in the bank and you go back next week and say, "Hey, I want my $10,000 back," they're going to say, "No, Dr. Harris, we can give you $1,000 a day because the other 90% has been lended out to other institutions, other lenders." So I said, I'm starting to understand the mechanics of how banks work. So now they took that $9,000 and deployed that capital elsewhere, and now they're making money off of my money.
Right.
And then they'll loan the $9,000 to the next person, and then he has access or she has access to the 1,000. But then they took that 8,000, and it keeps snowball affecting. So I realized that, you know what, I need to start understanding how private family banking works. This was brought to my attention about maybe 8 years ago, about owning your own bank and being able to leverage different tools, different investment tools, such as life insurance, for an example, and you could start creating your own banking system. So now in our family, if anyone needs to get a loan, perhaps to either go to college, start a business, buy a home, they can come to the family bank. So we have a family office established. There are certain requirements that each family member has to meet in order to have access to the funds.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a family member say, "Hey, listen, I want to own a tech company. I need 35,000 capital to start up." Well, we'll have a board meeting, and if everything looks good, they bring the business proposal and the business plan, and then we will actually lend the money from our own family bank to that particular family member. So what happens is we can either take equity in the company as well and then do a buyout or a buy down over a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So if said family member, the business does not excel the way we want it to, or they just started running it kind of weirdly, we could always step in as investors because we have equity stake. So that's what got me into the capital investment firm. So we started Kennedy and Caden, their own capital investment firms as well, because that's the biggest thing, is to start teaching kids about financial acumen at an early age, because the quicker they learn about money, the better they'll be positioned in life, and the longer and quicker they'll be able to benefit from finances.
Right. Now with your capital investment firm, bank, your family bank, did you fund that out of profits and proceeds from your individual companies, or was that money you also, kind of took, as, from a loan from a bigger source, a funder, or, from seed capital from someone else, et cetera? So was it funded internally, from your proceeds, or externally?
Yes, it was internal, from our proceeds, from profits from our companies. And then we started leveraging other tools, because one of the key things about finances is OPM, using other people's money. So that's where we start learning the techniques and the fundamentals of leveraging life insurance policies.
Right. And I think that's important for folks to understand and hear, that just says, hey, when you have a company and it's doing well and you're getting these proceeds, there are lots of things that you can do rather than just, again, becoming a consumer, rather than just going on a trip or a vacation, that can set yourself up for life. The last time we were on, we were talking about getting out of the business of trading time for money. Mm-hmm. And so talk a little bit about that and how you incorporated those concepts, or that concept, into the things that you're doing.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. I often talk about the 40-40-40 plan. That's where we work 40 hours a week for 40 years to retire on 40% of what we probably already had a difficult time living on in the first place. So if we study history, we can always know that typically it'll repeat itself if we don't do alternative things to change that. So I would always notice that people would say, I'm working so hard. And when I hear that word, it makes me cringe. Now, there's some things that I work hard at. I work hard at athletics and take care of my health. But when it comes to business, I wouldn't say that I work hard. So many people say, well, how is it that you build businesses, but you don't work hard? It's not about working hard, it's working smart.
Right.
There's a vast difference because, again, if working hard was the key to financial freedom and independence, my God, every construction worker out here would be extremely wealthy if it was based on hard work. So it's more so of strategically planning, following blueprints, and working more smart than, say, hard. So when building out businesses, that's our mindset, is to strategically understand our focus and how we can get there with the shortest learning curve. And I've always learned from other people's mistakes and experiences. And as different books say, that is what wisdom actually is. It's learning from someone else's mistakes.
Right. It's that financial jujitsu, learning the balance point or the pivot point on something, and being able to use that, as the leverage point, and being able to use that to affect the end that you want, So it's a lot easier to flip somebody if you know where to attack, and you let that force that they're bringing do the work that you don't have to do then. So, and you're talking about those same concepts applied to a business thing. Hey, what are the forces that are already at work, and how do I use those forces to benefit me, rather than to be the one that's being consumed or sold, etc.
Absolutely.
All right. So talk about you were in the Air Force. Talk about your journey. So you're in the Air Force. You decide you're not going to stay in for a lifer. Did you immediately come out and start, your own company, or did you do something else for a while and then say, you know what, I think I'm going to go this other route?
Gotcha. A lot of times we tend to talk about the good things, but I also like to talk about the negative things, because that is one of the key fundamentals of the building blocks. So when I was exiting out of the military, probably my third year in, I started having marital problems. So subsequently, ultimately, we ended up getting a divorce. But with that, I immediately came out of the military and I got into law enforcement. Law enforcement was just a big childhood dream that I've always had, growing up watching cops and all that cool stuff. So I got into law enforcement for about 7 years. But what I realized was that I was allergic to hot lead coming in my direction. So I quickly had to discover a exit strategy. And I remember a buddy of mine, his name is Jeff. And I would notice that Jeff was driving differently. He was living differently. He just walked differently. So I was like, okay, Jeff is doing something different outside of law enforcement. I know he is. So I talked to him one day and he just kind of brushed me off a little bit. And I went back to him and he continued saying, I'll get around to it. So like 3 months later, he finally told me what he was doing. He was involved in real estate. So I said, well, tell me a little bit about the real estate route that you're taking. He said, well, what I would recommend you do, being that we're still working full-time as police officers and deputy sheriffs, he said, I would go and get certified as a home inspector. So that was my first company as an adult. My first company, I was 7 years old cutting grass, and that made a very nice profit as a child. But in law enforcement, I started shifting, I pivoted, and I went into home inspecting. So at this time, this was back in 1996, 97, I was doing an inspection. It took me about an hour to hour and a half on average, and I was averaging $300 per inspection. And then I ultimately, within about the first month or two, I shifted and started creating 3 clients a day, 5 days a week. So we're talking about having $1,000 days. So I quickly tripled my income in law enforcement. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, here we go. This is a nice strategy that we're using. I said, stay consistent, stay persistent. Then I noticed that Jeff continued elevating. So he said, okay, now go get your real estate license. So I got my real estate salesperson's license. So I started selling both residential and commercial, as well as land property. And then that's when things really, really skyrocketed. So 9 months after I initially started the home inspection business, I was able to leave the sheriff's department full time. never been employed again since then. So that was my shift into full-time entrepreneurship. And then that gave me the seed money that I was able to use to start subsequent companies thereafter. And one business continues feeding the next business ultimately, because, you know, a lot of times I think people get confused when we talk about multiple streams of income, because they think that that means, okay, I have a business over here. I sell candle wax. Over here, I'm selling widgets. Over here, I'm selling widgets. You got all these different entities, but if you chase more than one rabbit, likely they'll all escape. So what I always explain to people is building financial legs is like a taproot of a tree. So if you had an oak tree, you have what's called a taproot. That one root goes down about 4 to 6 feet into the soil. Its main purpose is to obtain water and nutrients. The second root tends to be half the distance of that one. Its job is also to tap in for water and also a few nutrients. And then the subsequent root system are only a foot to 2 feet deep. But the purpose of that is to stabilize the tree. They're not there really for the nutrients. So same thing when building financial streams or legs of income. We have to first find what that main taproot is, that main source of income, and focus on that, fertilize that, let it grow. And then subsequently, we can use profits and then shift it over to a second stream of income. But typically, all of our streams of income are all rooted somehow to each other.
Right.
So even though we have an aviation company, we had a corporate cleaning company, we had a security firm, we have real estate companies, they all intertwine with one another. And that's how we were able to build a momentum to be able to fund all the businesses.
You know, what you just talked about there, two concepts that I think are so important. I work with lots of business, small business, mid-sized businesses about growth. And sometimes I run into folks who grew too fast. And that sounds like how can that even be? How can you grow too fast? But it's that concept that says you didn't have a system, a structure that allowed it to be self-functioning before you went on to the next thing. And so it just collapsed. So when you talked about the root structure, for example, you know, that tree creates the roots that are going to stabilize it. That just says, hey, I'm going to hold you sturdy and steady while the rest of it, the cash cow part of this tree, goes deeper and deeper to soak up more and more nutrients, more and more water to, you know, for subsistence and sustainability. But that's their job. And if you're growing your business too fast, you know, then you haven't set those roots that are going to stabilize you, and then, you know, things can kind of collapse, et cetera. So I see that a lot within folks, that they're just, let's make some more money when things are going well, but you're not institutionalizing things. You're not, you know, systematizing things so that it can be ongoing, whether you're there or whether you're not there, which becomes the basis of that not trading time for money. You know, I can not be there and it's still now paying me my dividends and my results. Agree or?
Absolutely. And one thing with that too, Mr. Warrensby, is that oftentimes people, when they hear multiple streams of income, in their mindset, they're always thinking that I have to have a 6-figure stream of income here, another 6-figure here. But the first leg of income may be 6 figures. The second one may be $40,000. The third may be only $5,000. But the whole goal is to have multiple sources and then ultimately feed into each one of those to ultimately grow them to maybe 5-6 figures. But I don't want people to fall under the assumption, assuming that, like you said, we're growing too fast and then your whole system collapses.
Right.
The whole point of a system is save yourself some time, energy, and money.
Right. Well, and the other piece to what you were talking about there is the alignment of those businesses. So I had a client that was a couple of years ago, and that I was working with. And when I started working with her, I could not understand how these three lines of businesses fit together. They just didn't make any sense to me.
Right.
They had candles and dried flowers and interior design. And I'm like, well, I can see how I make them come together, but I'm not seeing how, you know, they were making them. I mean, didn't until I, you know, it was probably into the second hour of me doing this assessment with them in their shop, asking them a ton of questions, watching them interact with us, that I finally was like, oh, I see now how this really does connect together with their values, et cetera, but they weren't communicating in that marketing. So it's important when you're creating these multiple lines that there's some synergy into what you, from your perspective, what your values are, what you're trying to accomplish, because it allows you to stay connected, stay efficient with what's going on, rather than just kind of being disjointed, and all over the map, with things.
Exactly.
All right. So talk a little bit about the author piece, because I'm amazed. I've written one small book, and for now the last 6 months, I've been trying to work on my book number 2 and 3. But you've written 44.
Yes.
Talk about that process and what kind of inspires you in terms of topics, and in terms of time, to write that, voluminous number of books.
Gotcha. Yeah, my dad, growing up, Dad would always tell me, you have a book inside of you. He would always tell me that as a little boy. So I was like, what do you mean I have a book inside of me, Dad? He said, trust me, you have a book inside of you. So as a kid, 6, 7 years old, we used to get allowances. When I turned 8, 9 years old, Dad said, you know what? I'm not giving you guys an allowance, because I'm not going to pay you for something you're supposed to do anyway, which is like take out the trash, clean the dishes, things around the house. He said, if you want to continue earning a source of income, I want you guys to start writing an essay every week. So we would write an essay about whatever topic we wanted to. So I'm a middle kid, so I would always either gripe about my sister getting the best treatment because she's the baby, or my older brother getting the best treatment because he's the oldest. I'm just stuck in the middle. But whatever those writings were, it created my writing skill. It showed me how to create word pictures with my writing, so that when you're reading, it's like I'm there. I see, I smell, I can feel exactly what you're talking about. So my writing skills became what I call lethal. I'm very lethal with the pen. So that's what started getting me into writing. And I would just kind of jot. I would journal. I would write out everything. When I was a little kid, I just like working out a lot. So I would actually write out diet plans. I would write out workout plans. I would start writing out business plans as a little kid. Listen, if you take the trash to the street for 5 neighbors 2 times a week, you'll make this amount of money. And I would share that with friends in the neighborhood. So I was actually like consulting as a little kid. So what I realized was that, you know what, this writing can really elevate and take me places. And that kind of meshed with my love for reading, because I always felt that when I read, I can go anywhere in the world. If I wanted to go to Egypt, I can read a book on Egypt, and I can just start picturing what it's like until I actually got there. So that's how I shifted into the books. Now, how I started being efficient with my book writing. My first book took me 2 weeks to write, and I thought that was like an eternity. And after I got a system, I started figuring out, here's how to write the book. So you have 2 types of authors. You have a content author, or you either have a chapter author. What do I mean by that? A content author, you can just put out a piece of work and then you can title it later. Then you have writers where you actually say, okay, let me put this outline together. Let me come up with this topic of the book. Let me come up with a table of contents, and then let me fill the meat onto the bones that way. I fortunately have a gifting of both, where I write in either or. So that speeds up my process. So many times I'm writing books doing anything. I can be out fishing. I can be out at the park. And when it comes to my mind, I just grab my phone and I start talking, just voice recording exactly what I'm going to say. So in all these different files that I have, I'll then transpose it into something like Microsoft Word or something. Then I'll go back and fine tune it. I'll add a little bit to try, but it gives me my major thoughts to run with. So sometimes, like when I do content, I'll ask my wife, hey, give me a topic to talk about. So she'll give me a topic, and then from there, I'll run for another 45 minutes on that one topic. So that's the same way I am with my books. If I say, look, I want to write a book on the 3 money rules, for an example, how to first make money, how to hold on to money, how to grow money, and then I can just make a book out of that. So one of the key things with that is I'm able to start a book and start the next book before I finish the first one, because ideas will always come and then they will kind of commingle a little bit. So that was my secret for putting out a mass amount of content. And my books actually really, truly started as just love letters to my kids. and descendants.
Mm.
And they subsequently led to say, you know what? This stuff is valuable for my kids, my great grandkids, my great great grandkids that aren't even thought of yet. I said, this will be a value add to society because we need multiple people. I can't just hoard this information and just say, okay, you guys are going to understand all these financial principles, because in order to grow, like the African proverb, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, go together. So it's the same thing. If I can teach other families how to teach their kids the same concepts, they can all collaborate into communities. And this is how we can strengthen the Black race, is come together in communities, understanding the same fiscal responsibilities and business acumen. Then we can take down nations. We can do all kinds of things. We can buy real estate. We can start hospitals. We can have banking systems, grocery systems, because these are the things that we don't fundamentally have. And I knew that by sharing this information, that is my value add back to society, is to make sure that everybody, kids, have the same equipment, the same information.
Okay. I'm going to have to find out about your process, because I'm the chapter writer that you talked about.
Gotcha.
And I can think them through, but the sitting down and writing, I'm going to have to ask you what your process is, because, that's tedious. But you were talking about your childhood and entrepreneurial. Someone told me that, was it both your parents were also entrepreneurs?
Yes, both parents.
And that they owned 2 historically famous hotels?
Okay, that was a generation prior to my parents. My great aunt and uncle actually owned one hotel. It was a hotel and restaurant called Mays, Ford and Mays Hotel and Restaurant. And the other one is, I'm a part of the Pascal's family as well. So both of these 2 hotels were integral parts during the Chitlin Circuit. So what the Chitlin Circuit was, and it was attached with the Green Book. The Green Book had it was a directory of Black businesses that could be trusted, that you could go to. But during the Chitlin Circuit, entertainers such as Sam Cooke, Aretha Franklin, all these popular singers, Little Richard, they either had to stay in a Black-owned facility or they had to sleep in their cars.
Right.
So whenever they traveled through the South, you had to kind of go by the Green Book if you wanted to have Black service. So I remember my dad would always tell me stories of just kind of run up and down the hallways of the hotel, and like would literally run right into Sam Cooke, and he would hear people performing and things like that. So both my parents owned companies. My dad owned a company in the copy repair service. My mom had a salon as a master cosmetologist, but I would just watch them around the house conducting business. So like now you hear a lot about home-based businesses, but my parents was doing this back in the 80s.
Right.
And I just watched how they conducted themselves. And that is when I really started realizing the difference between trading time and money. Because my dad, he burned the candle at both ends. He worked for a major copier company, but at the same time in the evening, he'd come in the house, grab something to eat, say hello to the kids, and he's back out the door for a couple hours because he was developing his own client base. Yeah. So ultimately, he got into a position where he was able to blow one end out, which was the corporate end, and started his own business successfully. So I realized, I said, okay, Dad put a lot of time in the beginning, but then he subsequently had tons of time afterwards, which attributed to us as a family members. We got more time with our dad as opposed to him being away on the job, coming home tired from work, saying, oh, maybe we'll play a little catch in the yard. But you started buying your time back. And that's when I realized the importance of buying time.
Interesting. I'll get you to elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of the family dynamic. Because my family, I had grandfather who owned his own construction company. His son owned a construction company. My great uncle, who was the brother of my grandfather, had cleaners. Their sister owned a restaurant, and so all this entrepreneurship. My dad was career Air Force, but when he got out, first thing he did was started his own business. He owned a motel, then a painting company, then a nightclub, et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't realize until I had this goal that I was going to run stuff for somebody, either my own or somebody else's. That's what I I didn't know what I was going to do. Just I was going to do that. I was going to run it for somebody else, or I was going to run my own thing. And I was going to retire by the time I was, 45. And by retire, I didn't mean like, oh, go sit on a beach. It was like, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want to do without having to worry for money. And I couldn't figure out where all this came from until I started, thinking about all of the impact of, or what all my relatives have done, et cetera. Talk about that, because you had it from your family, but you're also giving it to your children. Talk about what you think the impact on generations are about the entrepreneurial spirit, the impact it has economically, the impact that it has kind of psychologically, and the impact it has culturally.
Well, I think impact is everything. Whenever I finish my talks, if I make any content, I always end it with make impact and make money while you're doing it. So we can all make money, but are you making an impact? But it's almost impossible to make an indelible impact without making money. So one of the key things that I noticed was I wanted to make impact through my legacy. But oftentimes people don't start thinking about legacy until they're getting old and gray. And it's like, oh, okay, I think I got more years behind me than ahead of me. But I've always thought about legacy in advance. So I would say 80% of my wife and I's effort is going into our children and the things that they're putting together. So by saying that, when I say legacy, families like the Rothschilds, the Vanderbilts, the Kennedys, the Rockefellers, they all know their family history. They know their lineage. You can take a little 5-year-old kid and walk them down the Hall of Fame in one of their prestigious properties, and they'll say, hey, that's Uncle such and such. Hey, that's Auntie such and such. And what they did to the family was they built an oil company. So they know the dynamics of the family. Unfortunately, in our family, and when I say our, people that look like us, we tend to barely know anyone beyond our grandparents. And I want to make sure that my name goes down and echoes in eternity, but not just echo in eternity, but have impact so that kids can say, hey, listen, we live this way because of great granddaddy Sean. And because of what he taught us, the fundamentals, the values of understanding wealth and knowing that wealth is not just money. You have to have wealth in relationships, wealth in your health, wealth in just everything about you. You have to be wealthy in multiple areas of your life to have true wealth. You have to have wealth as far as your peace of mind. So with that, I felt that it was important that we continue the lineage and ensure that we give our children options. So at Kennedy and Caden, I would actually read to them while they were still in the belly, before they were born. They came out, I was reading to them. Before they could read, we're always listening to audio content in the vehicles. And then we submerged them with reading. Then I would ultimately just take them to business meetings. I would actually carry my daughter Kennedy in her little bassinet, and I would go to banking meetings. And it's like the whole bank knew my daughter more than me. It's like, where's the baby today? We'll do your banking business later. But I exposed them to business environments early to give them exposure, because we're going to only rise to the level of which we're exposed to. So I think the last time we spoke, I mentioned a little bit about my wife and I, we believe in arranging environments. So like our Indian friends, they tend to believe in arranging marriages. Now, I don't believe in necessarily arranging marriages to that extent, but I do believe in arranging proper environments from which they can fish from to make viable selections. So when they go out, they have friend groups, and they go skating, they do all the cool things all kids do, but the kids that they hang with are similar to them. They're high achievers, they're kid entrepreneurs. We know that their family dynamics are similar to ours. The beliefs and the core values are very similar. So this gives them a better position. And then it teaches them soft skills early. We put both of our smaller kids in Toastmasters at age 7. So it's positioning them to be able to have the soft skills necessary to thrive and survive as young adults. So I think that's a pivotal thing as far as being able to keep the lineage going from generation to generation.
Well, there's a ton more questions that I'd love to ask, but we're running out of time. So I'm going to try and sneak in 2.
Okay.
And maybe I'll ask them in ways that they will be, short, quick answers, and we'll get in more.
Gotcha.
you alluded on one already about, some of the principles you would instill in your kids to create that, kind of entrepreneurial spirit and pursuits. But talk about maybe the most influential, the most impactful, using your word, business lessons that you learned throughout your whole entrepreneurial journey.
Great question. Two points on that. I'm going to make one. One of my personal mentors, Dr. Dennis Kimbrough. Dennis Kimbrough, I asked him, I was a C student growing up. So I asked him about what is his thoughts as C students. So being a professor at Clark Atlanta currently, he said, Sean, here's what I found out. He said, I found that A students oftentimes teach B students who both work for the C student. And then he asked me to come and take a look out his window. I looked out the window and there were some kids down in the promenade. He said, those are my D students. But he said, those D students are who buildings are named after. So that was one big lesson I learned, is to understand what type of education is most valued in success worlds. The second thing was one of my other mentors, Dr. George C. Fraser. He pulled me to the side one day and he just shared with me that networking will be everything. We've all heard the axiom that your net worth is based on your net worth. And he has a phenomenal book titled Click. And it talks about the importance and the fundamentals of networking and creating relational capital. So many times we think that financial capital is the end all, the be all, but the most valuable currency or capital is relational capital.
Okay. That may lead into the next question then. And I had this with my son, actually my daughter and my son. School, college versus no college, to kind of be a great entrepreneur and to achieve your lifelong goals from a business and financial independence standpoint.
Yeah. Ray Kroc, founder of McDonald's, he wrote a term, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase it, but he pretty much said that going to college does not ensure success, neither does its absence ensure failure. So my thoughts on college are varied. I've had many discussions on this. With college, I think college is good for people who college is good for. What do I mean by that? If you're going to be a specialist, you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be perhaps an engineer, you're going to be something that really requires a college degree, go for it. Go for it hard. But if you are more of a creative or you have more intentions on being an entrepreneur, it's super important that you get the information that you need that's going to help you in that pursuit. So in class, and I'm going to be quite honest, I'm 51 years old. I have not used an ounce of chemistry since I graduated high school, other than I know the fact don't mix bleach and ammonia. Okay. So other than that, I've never used it. I haven't used calculus. I haven't used any information about the War of 1812. So a lot of times we bombard our mind and reduce our creativity because we're putting so much fluff information in there. So if you remember, we talked, my son, Caden, he's 13. He's graduated from high school already because we were able to carve out what was essential for his learning and development as being a 13-year-old entrepreneur who makes six figures, and we could weed out the rest of it. So I think as parents, we have to get out of the mindset, because a lot of people my age, it's like, man, I'm in a dead end job or the career isn't where I thought it was going to be. Well, we can't continue teaching our kids to follow the same paradigm way of thinking or the same blueprint that we did that didn't work, because it thrusts us in the 40-40-40 plan again. So you have to just determine, is college going to be the best fit for me as a person, and afford our children the opportunity to make that decision. Now, will they need guidance? Yes, we'll guide them, but then it's still like, hey, based on what we shared, like, here's your pros, here's your cons. Do you feel that college is going to be a viable way for you? So it is going to be a viable way, because again, college is a business. I call it the biggest mafia on the planet. But with that, if you're going to do it, make sure you're funding it properly. We have our oldest son, DJ. He's 20. He's currently in the United States Air Force as an aerospace medic tech. So the United States Air Force pays for him to be a medic tech. No money out of his pocket. While he's he's considering taking dentistry. So he can go to school for dentistry absolutely free. Then when he gets out, he still has access to educational funding, which he could be something like an architect that will be completely funded by the military. So this will be 3 hard skill sets that he will have, and he doesn't owe any money. So now you position yourself to come out of the military financially ahead of the curveball. He'll be in a position where he can buy a home. He has access to the VA loan. He can continue going to school. He is in a better position than a 23 or 24-year-old who's getting out with $180,000 in college debt.
Right.
So that's one of the fundamentals that we have to teach, and we have to leverage that in our decision process, whether college is going to be for or not for a person.
Right. And I think it's important that, as you said before, that often parents will try and force a decision based on their perspective on the child, whatever that is. You know, I don't want you to go to school because, you know, we don't have the money for it. Or I want you to go to school because that's the only way you can be successful. You know, again, let a child make their decision. I had a professor, and I guess my view also on academics is learn for concepts, not for, you know, kind of memorization or task, et cetera. So often we're going to college to be able to gain a skill similar to what a plumber does for engineering or for medical, et cetera. And so the War of 1812 wasn't important for a historical fact. It was important from a conceptual fact. You know, what were the concepts around that drove that? What were the human behaviors and dynamics? You know, what were the decisions that were being made in there and that caused, you know, one to be successful and one side, you know, to fail, et cetera. Those are things that conceptually you can start understanding. Hey, here's how things kind of work for good, for bad, for success, et cetera, that I can use and incorporate that. Probably more like a liberal arts degree than a you know, finite degree that we need to go, you know, if we're going to go to college, go, yes, to, you know, for something that you're passionate about, but don't go and learn, here's the fact, you know, here's how you get a derivative of a, you know, a calculus, you know, equation, or here's how you integrate a function. Here's that's not important. It's what's the concept behind that, and how do you use that, incorporate that into, you know, kind of everyday decisions, et cetera. When you understand that, then you can start mastering the knowledge to be able to have the impact kind of things that I think you're talking about, you know, for folks. If you're just going for a degree, okay, then, you know, when I see this situation, do this thing, and that's all I really know. Don't really understand.
Right. As a matter of fact, my wife and I, and I'll close on this real quick. My wife and I, we just had a conversation this morning about C students. C student, that's one of my brands. But here's what I realized. There's a lot of people who have doctors who were C and D students.
Right.
You never think about that. We often think that, well, my God, you're a doctor. You must be an A student. But in actuality, a lot of doctors are D and C students. It's never your GPA and your letter grade isn't put on your degree, but there's a lot of people who barely eked by. So even a D is a passing grade. And I think that we have to shift our mindset to understand that.
Right, right.
And
whatever you're going to do. My dad used to say all the time, you know, coming from the background he had and being, you know, in the military, if you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper.
That's one.
You know, understand, you know, master your craft, do whatever you're going to do. You need to learn, understand, master it, et cetera, you know, excel at it. Not just, oh, I got it and And, you know, it's unfortunate what you're talking about, but, you know, then we get treated by C and D doctors and wonder why, you know, we had the health complication that we just had, or why didn't that surgery go the way that I thought it was going to go? It's like, I don't know.
Right.
So you've talked about your wife and you and all of your entrepreneurial journey and duties. And there are people out there who will probably have one of two perspectives. Oh no, I would never work with my spouse. Or what a great idea to work with your spouse. Talk about some of the things that, you know, you and your spouse have had to deal with, come to terms with, that helped you in that entrepreneurial journey. But also talk about some things that you have to, you know, advise others, you know, to deal with, you know, maybe differently, or to be aware of, if you're going to be working with, you know, a significant other as a partner.
We absolutely love working together. Most people, like you said, they have the mindset of, oh my God, I could not dare do that. But here's the deal. we quickly identify our strong suits. I know I operate in lanes 3 and 4. She operates in lane 1 and 2, and we go. Now, in the event if I have to make a lane shift into lane 2, I can do it for a short period of time to cover for her, just as she can shift over to lane number 3 or 4 and do the same thing. But we've learned that as long as we trust each other, not micro or macro manage either one, and know that, okay, this is your job. Your job is to bring the eggs and the milk. My job is to bring the flour and the oil. We mix together, we're going to make a cake. So one of the biggest things is it has helped us become even more closer, because we have the time freedoms, we have the money freedoms, that we actually have a lot of fun in the process. You know, we joke around a lot. We have a lot of laughter. This is a good example for the kids to see, because we're painting a picture of how a family dynamic can look by running a family dynasty. Some of the things I would always recommend to people is get to know your person, your personality types. There's a good book by Florence Lydiard. It's called Personality Plus. So you understand those 4 main personality traits. You will find typically when you have a great relationship with a person, you guys are actually opposites. You have similarities, but there's a lot of polar opposites. So myself, I'm the rah, rah, rah driver guy. My wife is the voice of reason. And I always tell her, I say, I think God speaks to me through you consistently, because he know I'm just the fire. So it's like I'm fire, she's ice, but when we come together, we have a nice temperature. So in building a business as couples like that, I think it's important, because so many times a male could build a business, his wife may not know anything about the business. If I'm incapacitated or I'm out for a minute, my wife can continue running all operations as normal, and vice versa. So I think that's super important, that when going into business, if you're going to go in business with a spouse, hopefully you trust that spouse the way you should as married people. And I think you'll get better rewards that way sometimes than just kind of being in business with, you know, an old college mate or old military buddy or something like that. So I think it's super important for communication. My parents were married 54 years, and I would always ask both parent individually, separated in different rooms, and they would always give me the same answer. I say, how do you guys stay married so long? And they run around the house like little kids chasing each other like 2 teenagers. I say, how do y'all do that? What's the secret? What's the key? And they will both independently give me the same answer. Communication, communication, communication.
Good. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. We ran over, but it was a great conversation, great insight. We'll have to do it again, cover some more topics. But before we get out of here, let folks know how they can, what's the best way for them to reach out to you, whether it's for entrepreneurial advice, whether it's for doing business with you in one of your 3 endeavors, whether it's just getting more information on the different topics, or how to raise kids to be entrepreneurs. What's the best way for folks to reach out to you?
The best way to reach out to me for consulting, and basically what we do is we consult 6- and 7-figure entrepreneurs in building, growing, and scaling their companies. I can be reached at SeanJHarris.com. That's SEAN, the letter J, Harris.com. And we can set up a time to have a consultation.
Great. Well, Dr. Harris, it was great having you on. Great talking with you again.
You as
Always
well.
Enlightening, illuminating. Look forward to the next time. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. So go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or you can use the Cash App that should be scrolling on the screen, and use the account number $BBXUSA. Again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register online at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So please donate to the scholarship fund. Also want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for November 2023. Those sponsors include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Rashay, and I'm the CEO and founder of Lotus Rashay Coaching and Consulting, LLC, along with the Lotus Rashay Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Rashay, as well as books to boost your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level.
Take two. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth and improvement specialist, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Tabitha Russell. Dr. Russell is more than just a business owner and a serial entrepreneur. She's also a woman of faith, a mother, and a grandmother. Dr. Tabitha has mastered the process of going from employee to CEO. She started and scaled several successful businesses and is now helping women start and scale their businesses to 6 and 7 figures. She's also an author and a speaker known for her inspirational and motivational content. This is due to her own life story being so compelling. Before Dr. Tabitha was well known for her success, she was financially struggling as a mother of 5 who had experienced a tremendous betrayal when her business partner stole her brand right from underneath her. She became determined at that time to make a better life for herself and her children. Dr. Tabitha started and scaled multiple companies, including a company named Angel Wasted Body Contouring Studio, Prosperity Solutions, Luxury Travel and Prosperity Solutions Tax and Consulting Agency, to a point of success where she has been able to ultimately recreate her life and rediscover her passions. She began to realize how many other women also needed support and empowerment. And this has inspired her to do the work that she's doing now. Her mission ensures that women can meet their goals by harnessing their ability to level up their price points, create multiple streams of income, and expand their vision. She holds 2 doctorates. She's an author, and I love this title, of I Divorced My Money and Married My Mindset, and is the host of a weekly radio show, Inside Inspired Women. So I present to you Dr. Tabitha Russell.
Hello there. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me today.
I'd love to have you here. It's going to be a pleasure hearing what you have to say. And that book title gets me every time I read it. It's like, I divorced my money and married. How did the breakup go with your money?
Well, it was definitely very interesting.
Well, I know people are going to want to hear that insight. So I'm going to get out your way. I'm going to let you do your thing. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you on today. I am Dr. Tabitha Russell, the CEO and founder of Inside Inspired Women, which is the home of breakthrough millionaires. As you heard in the introduction on today, that there has been a little bit of some challenges that I have experienced over the course of my life that brought me into being passionate about helping others to build their business, but not just build their business, but become successful, wildly successful at doing the thing that you love. The book that I wrote, I Divorced My Money and Married My Mindset, was the blessing of a lifetime. I tell everybody that when I lost everything, I made one decision to get into a partnership. I lost $500,000 and ultimately everything, houses, cars, all of that kind of stuff. With that being said, I believe that your mindset is everything. It transcends the amount of money that you have in the bank. Because I've realized with doing study and research over the years that it does not matter how much money you have in the bank. If you do not have the right mindset, along with the right determination, as well as the right things set aside, then sometimes you can lose all of that in an instance. So with that being said, I believe that financial literacy should be at the core, at the heart of what it is that we do to leave our legacy, to help to train the next generation that's coming about. One of the things that I do know for sure is that sometimes just with changing one habit, it can take 1 to 2 generations for it to become an absolute thing that you do and not even think about why you do it. So, for example, we'll use finances because that is something that can touch everybody around the world, right? Like everybody needs money to sustain some part or portion of their lives. And so with that, with money, we'll use budgeting. If you grew up and you never learned how to budget properly, a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck because things are expensive. Let's face it, right? That's obvious. But also, what are you doing with the money that you do have at your disposal? And let's take it a step further. How can you create additional streams of revenue that can sometimes help you to balance out your finances? So with that being said, if we don't start now, if we don't take personal ownership of it today, wherever you are, and sit down to see what money you have coming in and what money you have going out, the cycle will continue, meaning that we inadvertently a lot of times cast down habits as well as behaviors on our children unaware. And so you have the opportunity to help them now to be set up for success. So with that on today, I want to talk about how success goes beyond mere business strategies and financial acumen. Because in today's competitive landscape, you definitely need to have a plan. You need to have some systems and a strategy in place that's going to help you to become successful as you may desire. Now, to truly take your business to the next level, you need to invest in yourself first and develop some advanced leadership skills as well as emotional intelligence. Now, we know that emotional intelligence is a word that's been tossed around here a lot lately, but it really goes back to your mindset. How is it that you handle challenges? How is it that you handle the day-to-day operations of your business as well as your life? Because some of those things can affect the way that you do business, the way that you interact with others, as well as the relationships that you are able to set up through things like collaboration and networking. So the comprehensive talk that we're going to talk about today is basically going to guide you through the journey of personal and professional growth, as well as equipping you with the tools and knowledge necessary to become a true influencer and an expert in your industry, ultimately leading to the financial success that you desire. Now, I am not telling anybody to go out there and sign up for, some courses or sign up for college. But what I am saying is that in order for you to become an expert in your area, you definitely need to immerse yourself in whatever your niche is, meaning that you need to make sure that you know everything that there is to know about your specialty. What is it that you do in business? Why do you do it in business? And how does it help the marketplace? How does it help the consumer? You want to know all of that information because those are the things that's going to make you successful. Can you learn that through college? Potentially, absolutely. Can you learn that through reading multiple books? Absolutely. I tell everybody, you get to determine what success looks like for you. And based upon that, you get to be the master of it. And you get to be the expert. What does that mean? That means that when people think about financial literacy, your name should at least come to mind. Your name should be in the conversation of this is why we need to contact this person because they are able to give information on the topic in such a way that others are now pushed to take action. So let's talk about the importance of self-development in business. Now, understanding the connection between personal growth and business success is key, meaning that you cannot go beyond your knowledge. You cannot go beyond sometimes the scope of your support as well. So in order for you to achieve business success, you have to be able to say, I am here now, like I make 6 figures, but my desire is to make 7 figures. And with you having a plan and a strategy in place, it's going to allow you to be able to see at least what that path looks like. Meaning that somewhere along the way, you might have to solicit some help. You might have to hire a team and some staff. You may have to make some changes with the current staff that you have, but it all starts with your personal growth, knowing when to pull the trigger, when to implement getting some help, when to hire help, when to do the various different things that's going to take you over to success. Now, with your own personal business growth, what is it that you know about business? If you find that you're not as strong about being a business owner, that would potentially be a good place to start, along with the area of expertise that you're working in. In our corporation, Inside Inspired Women, one of the programs that we have is Breakthrough Millionaires. And in that particular segment, we help people with a step, a blueprint, you will say, is 12 steps, but it's a blueprint that helps them to now go from where they are with the idea and concept into an actual implementation, meaning that we help them to set clear goals for their self-improvement as well as their business growth along the way. Creating a growth mindset also is some of the things that we talk a lot about because we want to know that challenges will happen, right? If we look at statistics, the numbers are staggeringly high on businesses that fail within the first 2 to 3 years, we'll say. It's in the 60% range. So with that, how is it that you can set yourself up for success? Well, it starts with having a positive mindset. It does not matter what happened to everybody else in your niche, for example, but you can learn from some of those things that did happen, meaning pull out the best practices. And then those things that you find that did not serve them and or either yourself are the things that you look forward to getting rid of. And that you, as long as you are open to change and being flexible in the journey, success is inevitable, meaning that you are on a clear path for success because you're constantly looking at and weighing out your options on what works and what does not work. So with that being said, you now have the mindset stabilized, right? Set the foundation to overcome the challenges that could potentially come your way. Now, there's also another step that you can take in there with advanced leadership skills. Now, I can not tell you how important it is to make sure that you're constantly investing in yourself from the standpoint of how to take the business to the next level. If you are not a good manager of accounting, if you're not a good manager over how to handle the business money, then solicit some help. I will say for a while, a lot of us were in the mindset that we had to do everything. Well, in today's society and fast moving pace of business, you don't necessarily have to do all of it yourself. I tell everybody that you should be okay with falling in love with paying somebody for their knowledge when you don't know how to do something. It's very easy for you to be able to spend some time and look the stuff up, right? Learn a new skill, do some research, different things like that. But in the grand scheme of business, success loves speed. And so in order for you to successfully scale at record speed or lightning speed, you will find that people that do success or successful rather, they get people to help them, right? Like they pay them to be able to do some things that they could potentially take off their plate. Now they can focus on something else. And so with those combined efforts, they achieve success a little bit faster. Now, let's talk about leadership skills, right? Exploring different leadership styles and their impact on your team and your business could be huge, right? As well as developing effective communication and decision-making skills. This goes back to if you don't know how to do something, it's okay to solicit someone to help you to make an informed decision. I quite often say that it's okay to write down the pros as well as the cons. And at least that way, you can make an informed decision based upon the information that you have in front of you. If you find that you don't have enough information on being able to make a decision, ask questions. And if you're still not getting the answers, sometimes that may be a good indicator that you might have to wait. But be okay sometimes with not being okay when it comes to moving forward in your business as well as in your communication, meaning that if you come to an impasse, put a pin in it, draw a line potentially, and come back to it if necessary. But leading by example and inspiring others to buy into the vision will help you to be able to now not just achieve success by yourself, but take someone along with you. I've learned over the years that if you are out there and you are a leader and you're wildly successful and you're not taking the time to impart and help others, then it will definitely not benefit the generations to come, those that are following behind us, right? So this is one of the reasons why we have our corporation, Breakthrough Millionaires, being one of the programs that we offer, is that we focus on financial literacy and the mindset that comes along with it. Meaning that I was not taught about money when I was growing up. However, I saw my mother as well as my father to be excellent stewards over money based upon the resources that they had available to them. But we never talked about it. It was not a conversation around the dinner table. It was not a conversation at the cookouts or anything like that. So when I experienced the challenges that I went through, it was somewhat kind of difficult because I didn't know how to express what I was going through. I didn't know how to verbalize that I needed help when I needed help. And so it put me in a very compromising position to where once I was going through it, now I had to do some things to figure it out. I had to frantically get some things in order. The one thing that I did know is that when I left corporate America, I was doing pretty well and I was very successful at the job that I was doing. So as an entrepreneur, I knew if I couldn't do anything else, I could go back to corporate America, make some, get some insurance and make six figures, right? Let's not get it twisted. So that's what I did. And sometimes it's okay to go back and punt for a moment so that you can get your footing, set a new foundation, because I have always been an entrepreneur at heart. I learned in middle school and in high school that entrepreneurship was something that I wanted to do. I went to school in the inner city Philadelphia. I had the opportunity to be a part of a gifted and talented program where it allowed me to go to Northeast Philadelphia to school with a lot of people that did not look like me. My school was 3% Black. And so with that, I'm passing by huge houses. My classmates are driving to school and different things like that. So it sparked an interest in me at a very early age to want to know, how can they afford to live in a house like that? How can they afford to drive those cars and do the various things? And having conversations with my classmates was like, oh yeah, my parents, they own blah, blah, blah business. Oh yeah, my dad does blah, blah, blah. And it was all about the business world. And so I knew right then is that was something that I wanted because I did not see that where I was coming from. Now, I also grew up not thinking that we were poor or things were so bad or anything like that, because we grew up in a Brookstone. So I would have to, when I wanted to go hang out with my friends, I would go over to the Jets, right? Meaning the projects, and hang out with my friends and stuff like that. So I grew up kind of seeing a different side of life that I didn't know that things were not 100%, meaning that I wasn't very as affluent as I thought I was. And so with that, it allowed me though to be able to now dive into the world of financial literacy. And I have not left, because there's so much that you can learn from being a leader, first of all, because I believe in self-development, but also how it is that I can help somebody else achieve their dreams, because I understand that we don't know everything. I will be the first to say that I don't know everything that there is to know, but I do know that in my niche, that I have taken the time to learn what it is about financial literacy that can help somebody to achieve the levels of success that they're looking for. Now, I also talk a lot about emotional leadership skills. We've got to recognize and manage sometimes our own emotions first before we can help others. And in business, sometimes there is a day-to-day flow that sometimes is a little touch and go, right? Meaning that when you are a customer-facing type of business, you need to make sure that you have management skills in place of your emotions, meaning that you are not moved by someone having a bad day, as well as you have the mindset that everybody comes through that door, that you're going to serve them to the best of your ability, and they're going to get the best experience that they would have had going to an establishment that day. Having that type of business acumen will allow you to put your business on the map. When I study or do case studies about businesses and customer service, when I think about customer service, there's a few businesses that come to mind, and we'll use Chick-fil-A, for example. and not to blow them up, but their customer service model is hands down very good because they believe in putting the customer first, as well as they have a very good business model from the standpoint of how it is that they want to interact with the customers and how you are, or meaning the server that you're going to interact with is the representation for the business. Now, can you say that about your business? What does your business speak when someone comes into contact with you? Are they saying, wow, they just really, blew my socks off. The customer service is amazing. I would definitely go back there. I would buy their products and services because they are hands down the best. If not, then we have work to do. That's the sad and sometimes sobering factor that we've got to make sure that we remember when it comes to doing business, because let's face it, people have lots of options of where they can do business today. Why should they choose you? Why should they come to your business, come to your establishment, be on your platform, or do whatever it is that you are offering on a regular basis? And so sometimes you have to ask yourself that question when we're talking about emotional intelligence, and you want to make sure that you build strong relationships with people so that way they look forward to coming back. They look forward to interacting with you because they know that they're going to get 110% of good business. Now, I believe that along with giving good service, what does your brand say? So when you're building your own personal brand, you have the opportunity to become the authority in that particular area. So when you are working through putting all of this together, you want to define your own unique personal brand, right? What does your brand say about you? Does your brand say integrity? Does it say it's of character? Does it say that it is solid? Does it say that it is reputable? Your brand says everything. Now, I'm not just talking about the brand that's on the bottle or on the wall. I'm talking about the brand of you. You represent the company first and foremost. So 9 times out of 10, a lot of times when people are dealing with your business, so let's just say if it is a small business, they're going to come in contact with you. And so you want to make sure that your brand is represented in the manner at which you would be proud of. And so as you are establishing yourself as an industry authority, you want to make sure that when people are looking for those services that you offer, that they immediately think of you because you are leading the pack, not only in just knowledge, but also in your customer service and your customer service abilities. And you also want to leverage your platform, leverage your products, and ask for referrals. There's nothing wrong with asking somebody to refer somebody else to you. I could remember in one of my businesses, I did not do any advertising because of when I opened my establishment, but I had so many people pounding the pavement and sending me referrals that I had a very successful season because of asking for the referrals. Now, we know that we have things like social media, right? Social media allows us to now put our information out there and it to go worldwide in an instant, right? We call it going viral. Well, how is it that your business could go viral, right? Like, have you considered that? We know today that if a person has a bad experience and they put it on social media, like 100,000 people are going to see it. If they have a good experience, sometimes only 100 or 1,000 people may see it. Do you see the numbers there? That there's not really a apples to apples kind of comparison. So that means that sometimes we got to turn up the dial just a little bit in order to shine and stand out when it comes to our business. So what am I saying today? I am saying that you can use social media to get the exposure that you need for your business as well. And if you're asking for referrals, hey, ask them to leave you a good review on social media or on places like Google or Yelp. And that also helps you to get some additional exposure that maybe you may not have been able to get had that person not come in the door. Because I will tell you that you never know when you may have an interaction with the next influencer. And speaking of influencer, let's talk about the art of influence for just a moment, because I believe that your influence is major, right? We talk about sometimes our sphere of influence and what that does when it comes to business. But influence is really talking about the techniques for persuading others positively. And sometimes it could be negative, but we want to speak on the positive part of it on today. So as you are building your sphere of influence, what does that look like? You can segment it and say, well, I am going to influence next level business when it comes to my marketing skills or my social skills or my business mapping and different things like that. So you get the opportunity to put that out there and have people to be able to be drawn to it because of how it does impact them. As well as your sphere of influence talks about building trust and credibility in your business relationships. I know that collaboration is the new currency, right? It allows us to be able to connect with others and grow our business in such a way that sometimes you may be surprised at how one person could literally change the path of your life in the course of your business success. So never discount the opportunity to connect with someone else, because it could allow you now to be able to be introduced to hundreds of people and potentially thousands of people, like here on the Black Business Expo. We have the opportunity to be in front of millions of people around the world. Your business is the same way. And so with that, you want to make sure that you are taking the time out to sometimes just say thank you, to build that relationship. And in order to build trust, do what you say that you're going to do when you're going to do it. Be on time and be credible, right? Wear your integrity on your sleeve, right? And practice it every single day with every customer that you come in contact with, whether that is online, whether it is in person. Like we don't get a pass nowadays just because we're doing business online versus in person. It's still business. And so you want to make sure that you are taking all of that into consideration, as well as when you have to have the difficult and challenging conversations, you want to make sure that you navigate that with complete precision, because you do not want to break a potential relationship with a customer unknowingly, right? Sometimes you never know, based upon the way that a person was raised, how something could be offensive, or how a person may take offense to something that you said. So you want to make sure that you're navigating those challenging situations carefully. Now, I also want to talk about something that, of course, is near and dear to my heart, and that is financial success and the wealth mindset. There's a thing called the psychology of wealth and abundance, meaning that everything that we think about, as well as the confessions that we say out of our mouths, we can attract that, right? It's called the law of attraction. But the psychology behind it goes deeper into that, and it refers to what is it that you're thinking about when it comes to wealth and abundance. Like a lot of people, they say that they want money and they want lots of money, but why? If you were to be given a unspeakable amount of money today, what potentially would that do for your life? And how will you use that to make an impact on others besides you getting a new house and a new car, right? Would you really be set up or put on a path to where you're going to change the lives of others and really mean it? You know, so the psychology behind wealth and abundance sometimes is very broad, and you want to now think about the actions that you take with your money and how it is that you can take what it is that you have, your resources today, and how you can make an impact with others. That's the psychology of it, thinking more broader besides your four walls and those that you take care of on a regular basis. As well as you also want to make sure that you have a financial plan aligned with your goals, whether that is your business goals. Since we are talking about business on today, you want to make sure that your financial plan is aligned with that and that you're managing your money wisely for long-term success. Not today, not tomorrow, not next month or the month after that. You want to make sure that for the long haul, you want to be in there for success, because sometimes it takes a little while for business to catch, meaning that you may be successful today and your bank account could be overflowing to the brim. However, if you don't set your business up for long-term success, then this is where that it could potentially allow you to reach some stumbling blocks sooner than later. So having a long-term plan is going to help you. As well as, let's think about what our work-life balance talks about, right? Like I started this conversation talking about having personal development in our lives. Well, that goes back to our work-life balance, and having that allows you to avoid potential stress as well as preventing burnout. And burnout is a real thing. A lot of people walk away from very successful and thriving careers, very successful and thriving businesses, because they're tired, because they no longer can handle the day-to-day challenges that they are faced with having because of them having these things going on in the background. So you want to make sure that even with having a successful and thriving business, being a serial entrepreneur, that you want to take some time out, sometimes to take a time out, right? And sometimes take a little bit of time off. So you want to make sure that you have a balance between professional and your personal commitments, as well as you maintain your health and well-being to support your business growth. I cannot tell you that if you are sick and you're the one-man show, right? You're doing everything and you are the business, that you're no good to your business if you're not at peak performance, if you're not doing a great job, or if you're not healthy to begin with. So you want to make sure that you take care of your body, take care of your mind as well, because you only get one, right? You only get one option, one opportunity to get it right. So why not put proper balance with that between business and your work and life balance? Now, networking and collaboration, you want to make sure that you surround yourself with a strong professional network. There's nothing wrong with having, your friends and your family in your support system, but who's the accountant and who do you have as your lawyer? Who do you have as your business advisor and your consultant, your mentor, that's going to help you to now reach the level of success that you want to reach? We can do so great on our own. I always tell people that you're the best version of you today by yourself with no help. So just imagine if you had somebody to partner with you to reach the levels of success that you're looking for. That could definitely change the game for you, right? Like that could set you on top, meaning that it could allow you to be so much more greater and allow you to have so much more things in your sphere, right? In your business circle. But you got to be open to collaborating. And sometimes that means that we let down those guards, let down those walls that we have, because back in the day, we didn't want to share our best practices. We didn't want to share our best kept secrets and different things like that, because we thought that somebody was going to take our ideas and run. But let me tell you, even if they did that, it's enough business out here for all of us, right? We definitely do not want to operate from the basket mentality. We want to operate from the production and the economist mentality, meaning that if they made one, they will make another. And mass production is what causes great success. So I often use the analogy of an apple tree for an example. An apple tree produces many apples. If you pull one apple off that tree and you cut that apple into 4, for example, you're going to see the seeds on the inside. And just from one of those seeds, you can plant another apple tree, which causes another harvest, which allows many more people to enjoy it. So therefore, business is the same way. Just because 20 other people does the same business that you do, that means that is a great market for you to now be able to flex your skills in there, as well as create a niche in that particular market and become wildly successful as well, because of you being a good steward in business. As well as you want to have some key performance indicators, some KPIs, and some measuring tools that can help you with continuous improvement. And that continuous improvement equals growth, right? So you want to make sure that you are constantly doing surveys or constantly doing some sort of measuring tactics that can help you to improve on your business and always look to innovation, right? Adapt to the changing market conditions and the changing market trends. I cannot tell you that the one thing that you want to make sure that you're always on is on the cusp of a change, a cusp of the shift. And over the course of years, we'll use real estate, for example. With real estate, it allows you to now help people through the largest decision that they will make in their lives, meaning the largest purchase that they will make. With that being said, the market is changing all of the time. We've seen over the last 3 years that there's been 6 or more increases in the interest rate, where it has gone from where the market was in the mid to high 2% interest rate to well over 7% interest rate. And it's going back down now already. So we want to make sure that, the houses that we used to could afford, or the way that we did business previously, that we can still continue to do business based upon what the market trends are and how it is that we're constantly assessing our business, where we are and where it is that we're trying to grow. And we set aside the resources, the funds to be able to now be competitive in the markets and industry, as well as what are you doing to implement your next level business strategy? Are you having the conversations? Are you inviting others to the table to have that conversation with you? As well as, we talked about the self-development, the leadership, and the emotional intelligence in your business, but how is it that you are able to now get these things done sometimes when you don't have all the knowledge or you don't have all the tools available at your disposal, right? This is where you now need to be resourceful. Just when you thought like, check, I got that covered, I have this covered, now I'm adding in being resourceful. Who do you have in your circle that can help you to get to the next level? Who do you know, or who do you know that knows somebody that could potentially help you to get there? Do you see how all of this works together? How collaboration, how self-development, how leadership, how emotional intelligence, how all of that goes together? it really does help you to now have a whole picture and have it all together, because you've gone beyond just your scope of support, your scope of knowledge. You're now looking at the big picture, and you're looking towards your future success based upon all the things that you have or have had at your disposal. And so with that, it is a constant thing that we need to be in the mode of learning. I've heard Bob Proctor to say that those that are the learned will constantly inherit the earth and gracefully pass aside, while the learners will inherit the earth. And it took me some time to really grasp the knowledge of what he was saying behind that. But as I grew in knowledge and in maturity, meaning that we have to constantly be in a mode of learning. We have to constantly be open to now going to that next level. Whether we know it or not, business is going to continue to be business and go on. But also the demand for the business that you do grows, and it's going to continue to grow in increasing ways, meaning that consumers are out there and they are looking for what it is that you have to offer. And because of that, you need to always be positioned to be able to now handle the business, right? So if we'll say, if you make homemade products, you make soaps and body washes and stuff like that, right? That usually sometimes requires you to be in the lab, right? You to be in the kitchen and you to be working through some of that. So with that, you want to make sure that you are properly positioned to be able to handle potential growth. I was looking at a show yesterday, and it was talking about two ladies that went and pitched their business to one of the larger corporations, and the corporation said no. They did not stop from continuing to make their body butters and their lipsticks and all of that kind of stuff. And now they have a $10 million valuation on their business. What happens if you continue to put in the work and you continue to do the personal development, and you now build yourself up to build the business up? You surround yourself with those that know just a little bit more about business and you allow them to have a seat at the table when you're having the discussions on business growth. What could that potentially do to your business? Better yet, what's your business valuation? Do you know what that is? Do you know the numbers? The successful people always know their numbers. They always position themselves to know. We'll say, what is your cost per customer, for example? If you don't know that, there's some work to do, right? I always say that we have opportunities to build on our business and make it a little bit better and a little bit better, right? You don't necessarily have to conquer the mountain all at once, right? Whatever you find that is a challenge in your business, you want to take the opportunity to take those challenges head on. You cannot turn a blind eye to a problem in your business and feel like it's going to go away, because it won't. It doesn't. And potentially the problem or the challenge could get bigger. And so what I'm saying is that especially now, we're at the end of the year, getting ready to go into the next year. So you want to make sure that you set yourself up for success by having a successful year. In my business, we're already projected out through third quarter of next year already, meaning that I have conferences that I'm speaking at. I have all my travel agenda down pat. I have things in place that we're going to do with the business and the different business models, and we're already have implemented. If you are sitting and waiting on trying to implement stuff now, then you're kind of already behind the curve, right? You, for first quarter 2024 should be and have been accomplished second quarter 2023. Right? Like you sometimes have to put a little space in between there. So now that you can plan properly. And it's the same way with our own personal finances, right? People talk about emergency funds and different things like that. Well, those are real things. Those are real things that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about being successful. And in order to be successful and maintain your successful rate is that you have to be proactive and not reactive. There's so many people that I talk to that are reactive instead of proactive. I know for myself, when I went through the biggest challenge of my life in losing $500,000, I was most certainly reactive at the time. But it taught me so many valuable tools about being proactive, right? Meaning that I have things in place that helps to now fortify challenges and alleviate sometimes the losses that comes along with that. And it's okay if you find that you're a little bit behind the ball on that, right? It's conversations like this that allow us to be able to see that there's something that needs to be done in order to now build the business up and build the business to the next level. So I will say, if that is you want to make sure that you don't sit and suffer in silence, right? Solicit some help. Hire a team if necessary that can help you to get to the place of where it is that you're trying to get to. Because I did say that you're the best version of you by yourself. And with that, now having a team or some people that can help you, that is what's going to be able to give you that edge potentially that you needed in your business that can help you to skyrocket your success, skyrocket your numbers as well. I can only tell you that we'll use Amazon, for example. The amount of success that they have achieved came from a simple idea. And doing the research on them, that they started off as a company that was selling and distributing books. And they have grown to a massive conglomerate that is offering all kinds of products from around the world. And so with that, you have the ability to have that same kind of success, but you have to want it, right? You've got to be input, or you have to position yourself to where you could experience that level of success by mastering your craft, first of all. And secondly, what's your growth plan? And at what rate do you plan on growing? Whether that is 2% or 100%, either way, you have a strategy and a plan that's going to work with you, right? I did talk about how it is that you set yourself up to pull the triggers, right? Pull the triggers for when you need to hire someone and when you need to solicit help. All of that helps you to become successful. I often say that when you create your plan, your strategy for long-term success, there's no looking back. There's no, you start a little bit now and then you pull off the trigger. Like, it is impossible for you to grow when you're cutting back. It's impossible for you to grow and move forward when you're in a lack mentality, you're in a lack mindset. Like, your mindset has always got to be turned towards the future. Even with having a coach helps you, or is a person that comes alongside you and helps you to hold you accountable and helps you to implement a strategy that is going to help you to obtain the level of success that you want. But if we're constantly thinking that, no, we can't do this, no, we're going to, pull back and all these things, then now you're potentially missing out on what it is that you're trying to do, right? It definitely does make a difference, because without that, I don't know that you'll have the opportunity to be successful or not. And then at the end of the day, why is it important for you to do business? You want to know your why at all times. And your why has got to be bigger than, I just want to make money. Your why has got to be bigger than you. And your why has got to bring impact to society. How is it that your business is making a difference to society? And how is it that you are making a difference overall? So when it starts with you, let it end with you, meaning that as you build yourself up, as you are advancing or fortifying yourself with advanced leadership skills and emotional intelligence, you're going to be able to help not just yourself, but others. I know that effective leadership by itself is at the core of any successful business, as well as advanced leadership skills help you inspire and lead your team effectively, fostering a positive work environment and driving productivity. Even with emotional intelligence, those skills enable you to navigate the complexities of human relationships, build trust, resolve conflicts, all of which are essential in the business world. And personal branding, proudly wear your business on your sleeve, right? We'll put that S on your chest and wear it proudly, because you are the brand, and it is vital for standing out in your industry. Becoming an influencer and an expert in your field can attract more clients and even more opportunities. So on today, if you haven't been able to catch everything that I was saying on today, I would say definitely work on the things that's important, that's going to allow you to bring your business the level of success that is necessary in order for you to reach the level of success that you're looking for to making as well. And you will find that you will be in position or position yourself to reach that level of success, right? But you don't have to do it by yourself. You don't have to go at it alone. You have countless pieces of interest or people that are waiting to help you across the board. We specialize in being able to take that concept that you have, that idea, and helping you to build on it, but not just build on that one concept, but we have mastered the opportunity to diversify your portfolio based upon that one idea. So you want to make sure that you are the master in your industry and that you are working towards having a successful foundation, not just for today, but for the future. So I'm encouraged to say that business is at your disposal and you can be successful in it.
Dr. Russell, phenomenal. It's great info. That's why obviously you could tell we gave you extra time because you were given such great content and information. So if you have a few minutes, I'd like to even take it further because there were some great points that you were making, but I think also some things that are implied in what you were saying that I really want people to understand. The depth of the feedback that you're giving them. So do you have a few minutes that you can?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Well, first of all, I appreciate you staying. Appreciate you coming, providing the info, and then staying on. So, so in your work, your target is mostly women-owned businesses. Is that right?
So yes, over the years, I have primarily focused on women-owned business. We have since expanded somewhat, and we are taking on men clients now and helping them to now fortify their businesses as well.
Okay. So talk about in the work that you do, maybe the common things that you see that folks struggle with, and let's segregate it. First, let's talk about startups. Mm-hmm. The common mistake, common problems, the common deficiencies that you see with people when they're starting up their businesses?
Okay. So with business startups, the most common thing I see is structure, meaning that the way that the business is set up to begin with, right? Like a lot of times we don't invest in having somebody to tell us if we should have a LLC, a C Corp, a S Corp, and the different type of business things that we qualify for, meaning that we should make sure that we have our business registered with the state. We should make sure that we have our EIN number. We should make sure that we even take it a step further and do our DUNS number and different things like that, that we should have a professional address and not using our home address. We should make sure that we have a business phone number, a business website. Like all of these things are hugely important when it comes to a startup company, but those are also sometimes some of the things that we negate when we are doing business from our kitchen table, right? So we're just usually trying to, make a few extra dollars, but we don't think about the implications or the things that we are wasting money on, right? Like all the tax breaks that we get from having a business, we miss out on that. And sometimes it's just because we're unlearned in that regard.
It's funny you mentioned that. So I work in a similar market, in business growth and improvement. Mm-hmm. And the time that people will spend on their company name or their brand colors rather than some of these fundamental things. And as you said, when you're a small business and a new business, you have no name or credibility.
Yes.
And so simple things that make you stand out as not credible, not having a website, not having a business address, having your phone number be somebody answering on the voicemail saying, "Hey, what's up? How you doing? Leave me a bit." All those kinds of things make people just go, turn it right off. So
right.
I'm sure you've experienced some of the same kinds of stuff.
Yes, I have. And quite often I see Gmail, Yahoo, and all of those different emails as opposed to a professional email. Like little things sometimes will discredit a business from being credible. I tell everybody that your digital footprint has to look like the expert that you say that you are before people have the opportunity to have a conversation with you. There's sometimes that you may not be given the opportunity to have a conversation with someone because they looked for you online and wasn't able to find anything. So they automatically discredit you as being the professional, and hands down, you could be bad to the bone, but sometimes little things like that can cause you to lose business.
Right. One of the other things I find, this is with startups and with ongoing concerns, and I want to see, what your experience is in this. That one of the things I see so often with businesses is that they really don't know, and business owners, they really don't understand what makes their capabilities unique, or their business unique. And so they often just talk in platitudes and generalities. Talk about your experience in that and what suggestions or advice you might give folks.
Okay, so one of the things that we do is we specialize in being able to start where a person is, right? Whatever their expertise is, their passion, and what they feel like their purpose is, because I hear that quite often. Where some people will say, okay, I'm good at being a baker, but I want to go over here and I want to, do hair and that kind of stuff. Well, sometimes that means that you're going to go back to school, you're going to get certified, you're going to get all this training and different things like that. And somewhere along the way, they lose their steam, their fire, their whatever it was that was driving them to go over there and do that. And so they quit. And before you know it, they've lost all momentum because they got out of their sphere of genius. And so whatever it is that a person is good at, we always tell them to let's start there before we expand and build out, because we don't want you to potentially lose that momentum. It is so important that we a lot of times be in our sphere of genius from the standpoint of you are the expert, right? Like you have the experience, you went through that, whatever it is that you decide that you want to go into. And so we allow them the opportunity, to come up with that, but then also how is it that you can learn everything that there is to know about that area, which equates to how now you can create your own niche in there. You can put your own spin to it, create your own lane to it, and be a little different and edge out the competition.
Right.
So the example that I use is that I had the opportunity to go and speak on a platform. It was 40 other speakers. 5 of them talk about financial literacy. And when I was 39 out of 40, and when I left the stage, 80 people followed me to my table, bought every single book that I had, and signed up for my program, was 20% of them. So I will say that if you're not creating a niche, if you're not creating your own lane, then you are missing out on the opportunity for you to stand out in the crowd.
Exactly. So talking about that differentiation, how are you differentiating yourself from others? I tell folks, if you're not, then what you're dooming your business to is a death spiral of competing on price.
Yes.
Because they're left with no other choice other than, okay, what are you going to charge? What are you going to charge? You're the lowest, you got the business. See you later, bye. Right.
That's
so
right.
It's just one of those things. And understanding, like you were giving the example of going from being, I think it was a baker, to being a hairdresser. Those things may be different, or they may be exactly the same. Meaning, if your genius is your creativity,
yes,
your resourcefulness, then you were using it as a baker, and you'll be using it as a hair specialist, or a hair cosmetologist, whatever.
Yes.
So it's one of those things that says you need to understand what makes you truly unique and good and gifted.
Yes.
And then use that every place that you can, but also communicate that to folks. Here's what makes me unique, why you should come to me, and why I will be the one who can resolve this issue that you have if you're looking for unique, creative hairdos. If you're looking for the same old, I can do that, but that ain't my thing. That's not where there is somebody who's probably better at that. But if you're looking for a creative, you got a special event, you got a et cetera, et cetera. Now I've created a niche for myself where I dominate. I'm the person. I'm the one who can make that happen. And people miss out on that, a lot. So talk a little bit about for ongoing businesses, those folks who've been out in business, maybe they've stagnated, reached some plateau. Maybe they're struggling to figure out how to, break out of the box, talk about the biggest issue or mistake that you see with them and dealing with them from your consulting work.
Yeah, just not continuing to implement innovation in their business. So a lot of times when we've reached a level of success, it's almost like you want to put it on autopilot, press the button and just let it go. Like, no, we've constantly have to be looking for ways to edge out the competition, first of all, but then also be in on the latest things that's happening in business. We'll use artificial intelligence, for example. AI came on the market and it literally changed the game. At one point, I served as a global business intelligence analyst, which meant that I did numbers for a company from around the world. So I was really good at programming a system that I used and translations and different things like that. With that being said, AI has basically come in and it could do 10 times the work that I could do based upon how you program it. And so with business today, if a business is not open to change or open to sometimes implementing new ideas or new processes, then they're putting themselves behind the curve and missing out on opportunities. AI basically has now changed the game just a little bit, where it's doing the work of 2 to 3 people in a short amount of time. So some businesses could simply use those resources from AI, right? And be able to get twice the amount of work done. But there's also other industries that are impacted with that. And I always tell people that what's happening now today that could potentially impact your business in such a way to where you could have a loss of revenue or it could help you to increase your productivity in your business to where you can take your business to the next level. So generally, it's kind of having a conversation. If a business has become stagnant in a particular area, sometimes that is the indicator to bring in an expert to now, let's sit down, let's do an assessment, let's see what's going on, and then proactively put some things in place that could help the business to continue a pattern of growth.
Right. I always tell folks, and especially my clients, you don't always have to know the right answer. But you have to have a process that always asks the right questions.
That's right.
Because if you're always asking the right questions and have a process for always asking the right questions, the answers will tell you what you do next.
Right.
And what questions even to ask next, and therefore what to do next, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And, so we need to create those kind of structures and processes for that. Talk a little bit, for minority-owned businesses, for small minority-owned businesses, we often think, as you were saying about, formation structure, that, structure and systems and processes, we don't need that right now. We'll get to it later. Example, financials, that we often don't create and keep the financial reports that we need to have to manage our business. And you said something earlier that I support wholeheartedly. If you want to grow your business, you got to know your business, and to know your business, you got to know your numbers.
Right.
So talk about, some of the problems that you've seen in, managing your clients and working with your clients that comes from not being abreast of what, their actual performance is, and what opportunities their business is presenting to them.
Yeah, I've seen a large percentage of small businesses not know their numbers. They feel like because they balanced the checkbook, then that's it. But also, right, exactly. And they want to get a pat on the back for that. But no, it's about a little bit more than that. How is it now that we can allocate the money that we're bringing in to marketing, to sometimes allowing ourselves to hire additional people to invest back in new products and services so that we can continue a path of growth. So sometimes the allocation of money across the board is not correct. Like it's like we're making money. I can afford to pay myself now and pay the two people I got working for me. So I'm good, but no, it's a little bit more than that. And building out your long-term future and diversifying your portfolio so you don't have all your eggs in one basket, and how it is that you can set yourself up for the potential growth that you're trying to achieve in long-term success. So knowing your numbers is the number one thing that I see a lot of businesses fail from, because they don't have a future plan in place and they don't take into consideration inflation, right? Like inflation is a real thing. And so it sometimes costs a little bit more to do business, to be in business. So knowing the numbers is key.
I was talking to a client recently because they were also they were pushing back on, well, why do I need my financial report? Why do I need a P&L? I'm just small, and so I started talking to them about, look, at some point when you're growing, you're going to want some funding.
Yeah.
And what do you think a funder is going to ask you for?
Right.
What's your last 2 years financial performance and report? What are you going to use this money for? How do I know this is going to be a payback? I said, this is what your financial reports will do. It will provide you that info. It'll provide you that insight as to, here's what's been working. Here's these things, these strategies that I'm telling you are going to be great and that I need this money for. And I've already put them in place at this level. And this is what it's done for my business. Look at my financial reports. It tells me if you give me more, some funds, et cetera, I'm going to do this, which is going to make that's, the benefit and the beauty of it. So it helps you make decisions, but it also helps you communicate to folks, whether it's your suppliers and vendors, whether it's your, JV partners or those you're collaborating with, or whether it's the person you're going to be asking, knocking on the door going, can I please have some money, sir?
Exactly.
I'll help you out in that. So,
exactly.
Talk about, we have maybe time for just maybe two more questions.
Okay.
Talk about the biggest learning that you've gotten from all of your entrepreneurial activities. That if you could, and I hate doing these kind of questions for folks, but if you could narrow it down to 3 things.
Okay.
I just say, man, these are the 3 things that I learned most about, being in business and what it takes to be successful in business. What would it be?
Yeah. We talked just a little bit about mastering your craft. The one thing that I definitely learned is that you want to know whatever it is to know about your business, because that's going to make you the expert in that field. A lot of people say that they're experts, but they don't really know the information that they know because they're not on the cutting edge of what's happening in the trends that are coming about as far as the changes in the industry. That was one of the valuable things. I am an avid learner of information. First of all, I tell people I've been in school my whole life. So I might be a little impartial, but I also believe that you should be constantly wanting to learn whatever it is to know about your business. Now, the other thing is that having a openness and readiness to change, meaning that sometimes our mindset has to be set on all the things that are working well for us and being okay with getting rid of the things that no longer serve us. And so with that, those are 2 of the things that I found that I hold near and dear to me, meaning that I'm okay with moving to the next place or moving on if a thing is not working, but not just moving on because it's the thing to do, but I have data that supports the reasons why I should potentially do that. And then also have long-term plans, meaning that it's okay to have a short-term plan, but have a long-term plan as well, that it allows you to be able to steer step your levels of success, and you can diversify a little bit better when you know kind of where it is that you're going, and back to knowing the numbers, right? Those 3 things are something that I practice regularly in making sure that now if we need to make changes, could we make those changes based upon being able to make an informed decision? I don't just do it just because it's the thing to do. I know the data behind it, as well as I know that I have the resources to be able to do that. And based upon the market trends, it says potentially that we're projected to be successful based upon these reasonings. So knowing that, being an avid person for learning, you can set yourself up for success rather than failure.
I want to elaborate a little more on your conversation about mastering your craft, because I think this is something that people also, I think, misinterpret of what that is and what that isn't. So, often it's, oh, I've got 30 years experience. That doesn't mean you're a master of anything. It means you've been doing it for 30 years. That's all it means. I got this certification and so on and so on. Great, you got the certification, but it doesn't mean you mastered it, et cetera. I used to be an adjunct for about 12 years.
Okay.
And one of the things I talked to students about was the difference between learning from memorization and learning for concepts.
That's right.
And I would use the example of if a bartender versus a master mixologist. A bartender, if you ask for Long Island iced tea, will tell you gets this much of this and this much of that and this much of this and that. Someone who is a master mixologist who's mastered their craft, you can say, I want a Long Island iced tea, but I want it more tart, not. And they know exactly what to take out and how much, exactly what to put in and how much. They know what the levers are and how to tweak the levers to get exactly the result that they want. And so if you've mastered your craft, you know how to make that thing dance like it's a puppet, whatever that thing is, hair, food, a machine, a website, you understand how to make all of the parts work together and independently to get the result that you want. And I think that's what you are kind of alluding to. And when you talk about understanding the numbers will help confirm or refute. Watch. Watch that number move when I turn this knob. See that? See that? Watch when I do this over here. Watch what it's going to do. See that? Here's why. Here's how, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yeah,
can you
I like
elaborate on
that.
that more?
No, I think that is great. Like, we get the opportunity in business to be the decision maker, right? But don't just be a decision maker and be like the master, right? Like, I make the decisions and that's the final word, right? Like, no, you want to master it from the standpoint of you have logic and reasoning behind why you're making those decisions. You mentioned being an adjunct professor. I am an adjunct for teaching Christian life coaching. So with that, that's why I take on sometimes some of the aspects of what is it that you're good with doing now here today, and how we can now diversify that and make you potentially wildly successful. So with that, I also feel like that with your example that you gave as far as being a bartender versus a mixologist, there's a distinct difference. And that's how you get to edge out the competition, because you're not just putting some stuff together and say, oh, this is how it's supposed to be. No, you learn how you can turn it up just a little bit and make it just like how you want it. That's where I quite often say that customer service, having great relationships with others, is what sometimes can help you to edge out your competition, because now you make it exactly like how they want it versus how it is supposed to be done based upon tradition. Now let's take tradition out of it. You master your craft and you know exactly what it is that your client base wants. Now, how you can take that to the next level, and that sometimes through networking and collaboration. And there's so many different mixtures that you can put in there that can now help you to be well-rounded, but also be the expert in the field. So I think it is, great that we get the opportunity, though, to decide what that looks like and then drive that all the way home. If we don't take the time out to know what our competition is doing, what the industry says about the business in itself, we're doing ourselves a disservice sometimes, and we're losing out on the potential for great business, like an increased business productivity and clients, when we don't know what we need to know in order to drive the business.
There you go. There you go. So how can folks reach out to you? What's the best way for them to reach out to you if they want to use your coaching services on the faith side, on the financial side? If they just have more questions about what you talked about here today, what's the best way for them to reach you?
Yes, they can reach out to me on my website. It is drtabitharussell.com. That is Dr. DrTabatha Russell RUSSELL.com.
All right. And a wealth of knowledge and information. Thank you so much for your time and for your extra time. So going into overtime with us to be able to share. But I thought it was really great for people to hear some additional details of what you were explaining, what you were talking about, and how it works, and for them to have the ability to to make impact, et cetera. So thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you the next time. But until then, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Great info, great info. So again, we're going to promote the scholarship, the Black Business Expo is a fundraising activity. So we're trying to raise funds for scholarships for high school seniors going to college, or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. Because it's a fundraiser, we need all the help from you that we can get to donate. Go to the website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that website is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App for donation. That account number is $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can go register at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund. We'd also like to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, December 2023. Those sponsors include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, and the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching this afternoon. Stay tuned for more great programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius said at the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing dude, and my genius is coming.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train using StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professional, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. HELLO stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the HELLO LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the HELLO LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.